Wonder what we'll find out there this...
Likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
Yes.
What?
Hmm? Hmm?
I'm afraid not.
I'm sorry.
Rinwell.
Huh?
Phew.
Hmm?
Good.
Hmm.
Right.
That little speech you gave back there was pretty impressive, Alphen.
If you call letting your emotions get the better of you impressive, sure.
It made them stop fighting with each other, right?
Something's eating at you again, huh?
I don't know if I would say that. I mean... Actually, I guess I do have one or two things on my mind. My people, we lived in hiding, so we never really experienced the full extent of Renan oppression. Not directly, anyway. After Almeidrea killed my mother and father, though, I guess that's when I started hating them so much. But then I think of all those people who were born into slavery. The ones who
I hear you. Every city we've been to, it's the...
When it comes down to it...
You can't let your anger eat away at you, Rinwell. But then again, losing your parents that way... I guess what I'm trying to say is...
No, I get it. You're saying... I never thought of it like that. But hearing you say it, it makes sense.
You're...
I think we've helped these people just about as much as we can. They're going to need more long-term aid than we can provide on our own.
You're right. We need to ask the other realms to send help, and fast. Another reason to hurry and find a way out of Ganath Haros.
Agreed. We'll start looking for a way out tomorrow. For now, we should spend the day resting up while we can.
What?
What's that noise?
Alphen, this is bad! Look at the sky!
Huh?
What's happening to Rena and Lenegis?
It looks like Lenegis is transforming? But into what? What's going on?
How the hell are we supposed to fight the Renans if they're packing that kind of arsenal?
It seems they've broken their silence at last. My concern is that object they've dropped into the water. It's as if they're driving a literal wedge into Dana.
Not just into Dana, but her own resistance, too. And what's with that beam of light coming down from above? Got any idea what that could be?
Astral energy.
Are you serious? All of that is astral energy? But that...
It's a lot for sure. Not even all the astral energy harvested by every lord combined compares to that column.
They're trying to squeeze every last bit of energy out of the planet.
But why? I thought they only needed to harvest astral energy as part of the crown contest.
Who cares? If we don't stop it now, the whole of Dana is going to be hollowed into oblivion!
Oblivion.
Do you think that red woman is behind this?
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. Just as the Sovereign, the Maiden, and all 5 Master Cores are gathered in one location, she appears out of nowhere bearing a 6th core. She then forces the 2 of you to help her assemble the Renis Alma. Just what kind of person is this woman?
You mean you don't know her?
Pardon?
She was there at your palace, wasn't she? I figured you knew who she was.
Are you saying I should be familiar with this woman?
Well, sure. I remember seeing her with you back at Adelina Palace several times. Everyone in the guard always wondered who she was.
Now that you mention it, I remember seeing her with Balsif, too. You saw her, right, Shion? Shion?
Oh, sorry, I drifted off. As far as I remember, the first time I saw her was when we ran into her in Pelegion.
Seriously? How could you two not notice her before? She sticks out like a sore thumb.
I guess I always figured she kept an eye on the lords for the Renan top brass.
You're sure you don't remember ever seeing her before?
I'm certain of it. My memory has never failed me.
But if it's not that, then...
We'll get to the bottom of this later. Right now, that wedge is a bigger concern.
Well, what are we gonna do then? We're not gonna be able to leave Ganath Haros until we come up with a plan, right?
Cyslodia lies beyond the northern mountain range.
Yeah, but we haven't found a single route through those mountains while we've been here. And we haven't gotten clues from any of the freed locals either.
Surely there must be a way through. This realm can't have been completely isolated from the rest of the outside world for 300 years. Volron may have simply sealed and hidden it.
Okay, then let's try asking the townspeople again if they know anything. Who knows? We might have missed something the first time around.
Sounds good to me. Better that than trying to build a boat from scratch. Let's start searching.
That must be Rena's true power.
I imagined there would be something, but not to this extent.
What's gonna happen now?
We ask around. Let's do what we can.
Hey, when that wedge dropped down on Dana, did anyone else see any weird light shoot out with it?
Indeed. As I recall...
I bet the whole of Dana's losing its mind right about...
And just when we'd finished liberating all the realm.
It's too calculated. As if...
The people of Pelegion seem pretty unfazed given...
They've yet to get the full range of their emotions back.
Yeah, we wouldn't...
Whatever Lenegis is planning,
Even now, they're stealing away Dana's astral energy as we speak.
Where are these Forland Mountains exactly?
Those are the mountains you encounter if you walk deep enough into the Lavtu marshlands.
I don't remember there being any sort of path like that around there.
it's possible we overlooked something before. It wouldn't hurt to look again.
think Hootle senses something.
We should be able to cook here. What should I fix today?
I think it turned out pretty decent, but what do you all think?
You okay, Xion? You're not eating very much.
What's wrong? Do you not like the cheese fondue that you made?
Yeah, I'm used to seeing you more excited about food.
You're not feeling sick, are you?
No, I'm fine. It's nothing like that. It's just...
What?
I guess I just don't understand what the appeal is. We could just as easily put everything on a plate and pour the cheese on top of it instead.
I suppose it lies in being able to decide exactly how much cheese you want. There's also something to be said for enjoying how it all turns out. It's fun.
That's fine and all, but I wish the plate-to-mouth time was shorter.
I think I understand. You don't like having to put in so much effort into eating something, do you?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Actually, now that I think about it, you're a way less fussy eater than you look, Xion.
In my book, there's no one right way to eat a meal. Tuck in, take...
There's no need to stand on ceremony while we're out...
Yeah, you're right. And...
I've never seen someone dump that much cheese on a meal before. Xion, could we talk a moment?
Do you mind if we chat a bit?
Now there's something I never thought I'd hear you say.
Remember when we talked about what it was like for me growing up? Well, I thought it only fair that I also get to ask what you were like as a child.
My childhood? Maybe you missed the memo that was going around, but I can't remember anything of my past.
I know. Just whatever you can remember. There's gotta be something, right?
Let me think. Well, have I ever told you about my army days? Back when I used to serve under a Dahnan master?
Yeah, but that must have been after you were already grown up, right? Do you happen to remember anything from back when you were younger?
Actually, I remember I had a kid with me.
You had a kid?
No, of course not. The child's father was another soldier. Back in those days, we risked our lives for a master we'd never even seen. We just fought for them and didn't even question it. When that kid's dad died and I saw them sitting there crying, I felt this bitter, indescribable feeling. It was like I was drinking something toxic that I knew I shouldn't, but couldn't stop. It was strange. I never understood why I reacted like that. Soldiers died every day. It wasn't anything new.
What it tells me is that deep down, you were the same man then as you are now. You've never been able to accept injustice in the world.
If you keep talking like that, you're going to embarrass me. I wonder whatever happened to that master and poor kid. Not that there's any way of knowing now. You know, I just remembered that kid was good at sewing dolls. They gave me one once. As a good luck charm to protect me.
Dolls? I'm looking forward to breakfast. Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
Hi, Hootle!
Gives me the strength to let go.
Annihilate!
Far enough! Lion Heart!
Flame of Fury!
Crush!
Burning Strike!
Dragon Swarm!
By the power of one!
I'll back you into defense!
Lightning orb! Glad you have your use.
Take this! I'll show you how useful I can be!
Steel, now!
Anything in armor is...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Now! Take it!
Resonate with you!
Severing Blade!
Leave now!
Mirage!
More for the stockpile!
Slash!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Tempest Whirl!
Wow! Look what I just found.
Armored soldiers!
Some of Volron's former guards.
Let's take them out quick before things get messy.
All glory unto Volron!
Lay down your arms, and no one has to get hurt.
Silence! Traitors like you shall never walk free!
I knew you were stubborn, but you don't have to be so damn dramatic.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Lightning condemned! Forward field! That's my cue!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
You got company!
You're mine! Swallow Blade! Be sick!
Lightning condemned! Hit me!
Try harder! You're mine!
Don't mind if I do! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come! Eternal Devastation!
Further away the better. You and I both. In here now! Let's get you up! What's with the hole here? Is that supposed to be their hideout?
It doesn't look like it's freshly dug, whatever it is. Maybe it's the entrance to a path to Cyslodia. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Let's go.
This could be useful.
Tell me, Alphen, wherever did...
I was wondering the same thing too, actually.
I used to be a soldier who served a Dahnan Ma- I never saw the guy's face, but I still fought for him because he was my employer. Looking back...
A Dahnan master? That must have been before the Renans brought you to Lenegis 300.
You must fight using real Dahnan techniques then.
Really? We used to have our own sword art?
There's a lot of our own history we've lost since the Renans first invaded. It's not all magic and art. I'm sure it includes things like sword styles too. It's incredible and also a little surreal to see those arts still survive after all this time.
Not only that, but I first learned these moves while serving one ruler, only to end up turning my sword on the ruling class altogether. Pretty ironic when you think...
I apologize if I dredged up unfortunate...
Nah, we're good. It's in the past now. All we ever did in those...
You're using those skills for a good cause now.
I suppose this is what people mean when they say that every cloud...
Exactly! He's using those swords...
True enough. I will stop worrying about mentioning it. This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
No wonder we couldn't manage to find them. They've been holed up here all this time, hiding.
The remnants of Volron's forces. You think they...
Possibly. Then again, knowing how blind their devotion is, maybe they...
waiting?
Even though we already defeated him? But they act more like worshippers than subjects.
Either that, or they were biding their time until the...
Who they're convinced and expectant will return. So in the meantime, they wait. That's way more than just loyalty. It...
Get lost! I never miss!
Take this!
Nothing gets by me!
Armor won't save you!
Simeon test. I shall seal you where you stand.
One more!
Eternal
Far enough!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
It's over! My turn! Begin!
Tornado Drive! Burning!
Dragon Swarm! Severing Wind!
Do it! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Searing Flame!
Dragon
Revive!
Swarm! Take this!
We managed to pull through.
You've noticed it, haven't you?
Notice what?
I'm referring to Shion.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to me about her.
Yes, well, what concerns me has more to do with what machinations may be currently unfolding in secret on Lenegis as we make our way along this tunnel.
And you're saying it's related to Shion in some way?
Perhaps. She believed there was a good possibility that the Renis Alma may free her from her thorns. One would think after losing the Renis Alma, she would be more dismayed, and yet she isn't. Why? There's also the matter of the power that she inherited from...
You heard what she said. She didn't know about the Maiden's power.
Mere ignorance does not preclude her deep connection to the events unfolding around us. You recall when her thorns went rampant in Castle Delpharis. I've never seen dark astral energy manifest in such a way.
I thought you said all Renans had dark astral energy inside of them.
Correct. However, what Shion exhibited was far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever possibly possess. Let me be clear. I do not intend to cast doubt on Shion, or her motives. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that there's more to all of this than what we currently know. Do you disagree?
It's obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the other realms.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Discourteous, aren't you?
I'm not done! Burn! Lionhawk! I owe you one! I'm not done!
Let me help! Shining
Wind!
Supernova! Do it! Raging Cascade!
Blow them away!
By the power
I'll
of water!
smash you!
Annihilation! Mega Red!
Prepare to be sealed, oh please. Actually, that sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing!
Strike!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Ignite!
Eat the
Power
now!
Blade!
Mega Red!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
How much do they have to steal from us to be satisfied?
What's that thing's purpose anyway? Some kind of siphon that sends the astral energy the Lords harvested to Lenegis?
Not as far as I'm aware. That said, it has become evident since the forming of the Renis Alma, as well as other recent events, that my insight may be thin. I would, as I believe the saying goes, take what I say with a grain of salt.
No, Halim.
At the very least, I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time.
Why's that?
The people on Lenegis may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue. For now, I believe we should keep moving. The path continues. It's quite possible it will take us all the way to Cyslodia.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
So Shion's thorns are dark astral energy.
Rinwell, are you worried about Shion?
Of course I am. But I don't know how to talk to her about it.
You and me both.
Come to think of it, what happened to those 4 lights that fell from
All 4 of them scattered in different directions.
I'm not entirely sure.
So even though they're using the wedge to siphon off energy from Dana, they're shooting...
I don't know. It all...
Hopefully it's not a sign of some new threat we'll have to deal with.
But if that Red Woman has anything to do with the...
It's weird, isn't it?
Oh?
The Red Woman. Shion and Dohalim said they'd never seen her before Pelagian.
Are you saying they're lying to us?
No, it's not that I think they're lying, just... There has to be some reason for it, right?
Well, one thing the 2 of them have in common is that they're both Renins.
Okay, you 2. Put a pin in it for now. I know that we're in the dark about a lot, but for now, let's focus on getting through these mountains.
Yeah, of course.
Sure got cold all of a sudden after we passed the peak.
No choice. Come and face me. Run! It's hard. Dragon Swarm!
Is that statue wielding art? Now I've seen everything! Do it!
Got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Take this! All yours! You're mine!
Oh, thank you. Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
You're
The
mine!
enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that!
One more!
You're mine!
Deity!
Here I come!
This one's mine! Dance in the wind!
Can you take it? Burn in hell!
I'm ready!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wound.
Damn it! Coming
Here's
through.
a fire!
You're mine!
First aid!
Okay, here I go. Lionheart! I owe you one.
Take it! I'm only getting started!
Raging, they may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious!
Here's evil! Get on in there with the others!
Fine, freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Severing Wind!
Here goes!
Mirage!
Take this!
Raging!
I'll smash you!
Mega Ray!
Explosive Ray!
Look in the wind! Air
Dragon
Do
Form!
it! Light astral energy!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'll
thank you.
Reload!
Severing Wind! Mirage!
Dragon Form! Pierce evil!
Burn!
Freeze laser! Eat dirt!
I'll take you.
This one's mine!
I'm ready! Looks like we won.
We made it to Cyslodia.
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
Are you okay, Law?
Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path. As long as we're all together, I know we'll be alright.
Same here. Now let's get moving.
I think Hootle senses something.
Oh, good. We can cross through here.
Stop! Who goes there?
My name is Alphen. We're not your enemies.
Did you say Alphen? Slap me silly, it really is you!
Forgetting someone?
Rinwell! Oh, glad to see you're doing okay.
What are you guys doing out here?
We're patrolling the realm. Never thought I'd bump into you all on my rounds, though. Heck, enough of me, though. What's going on up in the sky? Feels like the world's gonna end.
That's what we're trying to figure out ourselves. And as it happens, I've got a big favor to ask.
I had an inkling that's why you'd come back, as soon as I saw you in the distance. So you beat all the lords, huh? Damn, you really must be a hero.
I just did what I had to. So can you send anybody to help Ganath Haros?
I think we can help out. I'll hit up the other resistance groups and rustle up some support. I doubt they'll have a problem sending people once I mention it's you who's asking.
Thanks. If you guys can help out, that'll give us a chance to do something about that wedge out in the ocean.
Yeah, I think that's something only you guys can handle. Speaking of which, that thing's out in the middle of the ocean. How do you even plan on reaching it?
By boat. We're about to go look for one.
No rest for the weary, I see. Hey, what happened to that mask you used to wear?
It's a long story. Let's just say I lost it.
I sure never expected to run into Bregan.
Cyslodia's probably in good hands with him.
Yeah. Now we can focus on finding a ship.
A boat, huh? Where are we gonna find one of those? It's not the kind of thing people just leave lying around.
Especially not Renans. For an Imperial power, they never have shown much interest in maritime expansion. Still, I dare say there should be the odd small vessel here and there.
All well and good, but that structure's slap bang in the middle of the ocean. A fishing boat won't cut it.
Let's just try to find one that won't sink us halfway out, yeah? Not that it needs to be a huge galley like Almeidria's or anything.
Just as well, since we've passed, let's see, literally 0 huge galleys.
All I know is we have to reach that thing in the ocean. Anything that might work, I say we try it. Thanks to Bregan, it seems like Ganath Haros should be in good hands.
I wonder who they'll send to look after things. It'll be someone from one of the...
They could do a whole lot worse than someone like Doc. A knowledge of medicine would go a long way there.
Wait, do you mean the old guy back in Calaglia? Ganath Haros would be one hell of a trek from there.
My brother's old second-in-command, Lagiel, would be a perfect fit, too. Pity...
Mahag Sar will be the same story. They won't have the manpower as it is, let alone an...
Man, everyone...
Knowing Bregan, he'll probably take things into his own hands. He seems like the kind of guy who enjoys a challenge.
Thinking back on it now, though, it does kind of make you realize just how many people we've gotten to know in each of the places we visit.
That's true. And each and every connection we forged is priceless. Anyway, we can trust Bregan to take care of things from here. Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof. over our heads.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
I know. We'll make sure to ask what's wrong.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure, for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shionne?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
It's noisy in here, isn't it?
Things should calm down a little once we're through with this place.
Optimistic as always.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funnel?
Let's see what you've got. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Radiant blood here!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Armor won't save you! Can you take it? Can't get out of this!
Dragon Swarm!
Ready! Far enough!
No escape! Ignite!
The everlasting sun. Negative
Here I come!
Resonate
It's
with the
over.
earth.
Swallow Blade! My turn! Here I come! You're finished! Rising Falcon! Swallow Blade!
Do it!
Remember!
Astral energy!
Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Begin!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Rising Falcon!
Where are you going?
Swallow Blade!
Look now! Here I go!
No, what in the world?
Can't get
Don't worry. I'm all right. I'm still standing.
Fix you up!
So I still had room to grow.
This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that! It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant. Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Destruction! Now I can let loose! Swallow Blade! Damn it! This one's gonna be tough!
I'll smash you!
Far enough!
Now I can let loose! Crush!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
An astral quartz?
That's my cue!
You're on! Shut him down!
I'm ready!
You picked the wrong fight!
Elusive deity! Can you take
I
it?
never miss!
Here I come!
I'm ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I'll fix you up!
Here I come!
Not so fast.
Rising Falcon!
Radiant pierce! And thrust!
Take this!
Light astral energy!
Can't get out of this! You're finished!
Elusive deity! Here's the evil!
Take this!
Do it!
Dragon's Realm!
Demon's descent!
Flashing Fang!
I need to be stronger.
Coming through! This one's all mine! Not today! Swallow Blade! Here I come!
Here,
It's over!
anything in armor is all mine!
Okay, here I go!
Leave the target to me! Anti-airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Take this!
Elusive deity!
I'm not done!
One more time! Help this! I'll pick you up! Recover!
Take this! Swallow
Here's the
Blade!
healing Thunder Blade!
Destruction!
First aid!
Thanks! Destruction! It's over!
Take it!
Resonate
Here
with
we
the
go!
earth!
Lightning Orb! Raging Cascade!
Flash! Destruction!
Dancing Wind!
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Here's the
Ignite!
evil!
Swallow Blade!
Easter!
You're finished!
Where are you going? Who wants to fight you?
You're finished!
Armor won't save you! Can't get out of this!
Take this!
Resonate with the earth!
Do it!
Destruction!
Wind at ready!
Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
And I promise I'll always be here.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Destruction!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel? If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me?
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen. This will be a delicious piece of cake!
You're finished! Not today! Lightning thrust! Your armor won't save you! It's over!
There you go! Don't let up!
Portal Blade! Try this! Infernal Torrent!
Glacial Spear!
Take this!
Prepare to be sealed.
Here I come!
Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Can you take it? Take this! It's over!
A new melody!
Where that came from?
Destruction! Prepare to be sealed! Slash! Swallow Blade!
I'm on top!
Swallow Blade!
Resonate with the earth!
Get out of
Take
there
this!
together! Radiant here! Not on my watch!
Here,
Let me help. Oh, the magic is there!
Now I can let loose! Slash!
Take this!
Elusive Deity! I'll smash you!
Swallow
Blade!
Leave the
charges
to me!
Elusive Deity! Swallow Blade! Your mother!
Benediction light.
The work done! Heal!
Denied! Here's another!
Our arts are being interrupted.
No escape! Severing Wind! Lunaranga!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
A thrilling performance.
Take it! You're finished! Dragon Swarm!
Can't get out of this!
Tempest Swirl!
Eat
Use
this!
the healing art!
And more of this will all burn out.
Armor won't save you!
Radiant here!
Here I come!
Tempest Swirl! Radiant here!
Amazing.
I'm on top of the wind! Air thrust! Photon of blazing cascade!
Not so fast!
Dragon Swarm!
Elusive Deity! Nothing gets by me!
Mirage! Dragon Swarm! Severing Wind! Here I come!
Light Astro
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
It was a close thing.
Sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Any more of this will all burn out.
No escape! I can carve through armor! This one's all mine! I've been hit with something! Not
Even
today!
a masochist has his limits.
No
Stay calm.
feelings.
I shall provide assistance.
Swallow Blade! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Be still! No further! Take this! It's over! Catapult! Destruction!
Radiant blood!
You fight better at a distance. Further away the better. You and I both.
You're finished!
Destruction!
Here I come! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Rock!
We work well together. Like a finely timed waltz.
Take this!
Here!
Destruction!
This one!
This one's all mine!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Ignite!
Raging Storm!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Rock!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Forgive you!
Here I come to march on! Thanks! I'll take you all on!
Radiant Pierce!
Here I come! Can't get out of this!
Stay away from the spores.
You're finished!
Feel. Here's the healing art.
Dragon Form! I owe you one!
I'm ready!
You're mine!
Where are you going?
You're finished!
One more!
I think I'm coming down to something great.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your art cannot fix.
In here! Glacial Spear! Get on here together!
I'm ready!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Ready!
Rotating pile driver!
Not in your dreams!
Here I come!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Elusive deity!
Now, reload!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
And thus our strength yet grows.
It's over!
Dragon Form! Complete focus! No body slam us the next week! Denied! Just one more!
Take this!
Mega Ray!
It's over!
Can you
Dragon Form! Burn in hell!
Take that! Here, let me help! First aid!
Here I come!
Lightning condemned!
Take
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
In a bind?
I'm not done!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Back into the fray!
You're mine!
Where are you going?
Lightning
Swallow
attack!
blade!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Elusive deity! It's over!
Raging cascade!
Let me help!
Lunarondo! Mirage!
Hitting pile driver!
Elusive deity!
Crush!
Can you take it?
Dream!
Not so fast.
Raging
Blade inside me!
cascade!
Yours to be let free!
Benediction light.
Take this!
Dance in the wind!
I'm not done! Thanks!
In here!
Severing wind!
I'll be
Here I
saving
come!
this way!
Mirage!
Flame of fury!
Crush! Captivity!
Glacial spear!
Elusive deity!
Raging storm!
Wind!
Hey, whoa! Hey, one at a
It's
time!
over! Take this!
Razor cycle!
No more playing nice!
Crush!
Benediction light.
Lightning!
I'll smash you!
Sorry,
Raging
I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for can't depend on them.
You're right. It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Radiant pierce!
Take this!
Lightning! Raging
Here I go!
cascade!
Begin!
I'm
It's
only
over!
getting started!
Not so
Take this!
Here, let me help.
Eat dirt!
Primed and ready.
Here I
This
come!
one's mine.
No escape! Elusive deity!
Dance in the wind! Seal! Let's get you
Fucking
ready!
wicked!
First aid!
Okay, here I go!
Great
Take this!
spear! Pierce evil! Hold on to your arc! Here I come! Raging cascade!
It's over!
Dance in the wind!
Resonate with
Not
the
on
earth!
my watch! Annihilation!
Shattering of
Stalagmite!
pieces! Attack time!
You're mine!
Chinese
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here, let me help.
My turn! Swallow Blade!
Lightning raging cascade!
Now you see what I can do!
Sleep now!
This one's all mine!
Here, let me help.
Ignite!
First aid! What would I do without you? Thunder
I'm
field!
not done! Dragon Swarm!
Alright! It's showtime! I'm on the field!
Take this!
Benediction
Dragon
light.
Swarm!
Hit!
Heal!
Banana! Let's go! Flame!
Prepare
Go
to be
get it!
seized.
Dance in the
Can't
wind!
get out of this! It's over!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
This'll
Here I
come in
come!
handy!
Slash! Swallow Blade!
Let me help.
It's
With
over!
astral energy! First
Okay,
let's go!
here I go! Swallow Blade!
Laser spear! Pierce evil!
Dragon Swarm!
Everlasting darkness.
Wind!
Raging
Negative
cascade
escape!
lancer!
Mirage!
Resonate with the earth.
Eternal Devastation!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Now art's being interrupted.
Thunder field!
Mirage!
First aid!
Dragon Swarm!
A banana!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Benediction light.
First aid!
Ignite! Okay, here I go.
Confiscated! Annihilation! Mega ray!
I'm
Now!
not done! Totally! In an instant! Impact Frost!
We can really make weapons with this?
This'll be a delicious piece of cake!
Mark on! Crush! Lion Crush! Okay, here I go.
Freeze Lancer!
You're finished! Dragon Swarm!
Resonate with the earth.
Fire!
Stalagmite! Take this!
I need
It's over!
something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
What would I do without you?
Take this!
Into the shadows!
You're finished!
Lightning!
Resonate with the
You're
earth.
mine! It's over! It's on!
Thunderblade!
Now I can let loose! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
I never miss! Lightning with them!
In a bind?
Thunderblade!
I'm ready!
I'm all started
Here I
up!
come!
Mega Ray!
You're mine!
Annihilation! I'll be saving this one!
You're mine!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
Swallow blade!
Milk and blade here!
Air thrust! Here's a healing astral
Destruction!
dance to the wind!
I'm ready!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Mega
My
Ray
turn.
field!
Destruct the
Not
flame
on my
inside
watch.
me! Yours to be let free! Ignite!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry. I've got your back.
Little help!
To march on!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I'm only getting started!
Destruction! Take this!
Denied!
It's over!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
Magic Kazam! Crossblade!
Here I come!
Radiant
Resonate with the
Swarm!
earth.
Here's a healing arcane!
You're finished!
First aid! Field! Get on
Resonate with the earth.
Stalagmite!
Now we're not...
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll chip it up.
Where are you going?
Here I come! flame inside me yearns to be let free. Not today! Here I come!
Armor won't save you!
Can we do it?
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here I
Now!
go!
Take this!
You're
It's over! Rising Falcon!
Nothing
I'll
gets
be
by
saving
me!
this way.
Denied!
Here goes! Don't mind if I do.
Seismic Rush!
Reload!
Captivity! Dragon Swarm! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
With this, I can become even stronger. This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Destruction! Okay. I shall ensure you survive this.
Flame of Fury!
Begin! Here I come! Outline your finish!
Raging Cascade!
Rising Falcon! No escape!
Searing Flame!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Rock!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
I'm only
Prepare to
getting
be
started.
sealed, though fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Let's rock it in your doing.
You picked the wrong fight!
Demons descend!
Flashing bang!
Lightning
No!
descend! Here's a
You're
healing
mine!
arc!
Lightning Thrust!
Flame!
You're finished! Mirage!
Searing
Dragon
Flame!
Swarm!
Reload! Another cascade!
Nothing gets by me! This one's mine!
More for the
You're mine!
stockpile!
Far enough!
It's over!
Back into
Begin!
the fray!
Here I come!
Raging Storm!
I'm ready! Everyone win! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Get lost!
Take it! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me help. Raging Cascade!
Resonate with the earth!
I'm expert!
You're finished!
Not on my watch!
Eat dirt!
Ready and ready! Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind! Seal!
I owe you one.
Get
I
on
have
with
no
the others.
limits! Dragon Swarm! Elusive Deity!
A charge like that can easily be fatal.
Try hard!
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Lightning
Eternal
Storm!
Devastation!
Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Seal! By the get out of there with the
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
You're mine! Dragon
Ready to go! Denied!
Crystal energy! Up and at 'em! Let's go! Lightning! Downfall!
Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me help.
You're mine!
Begin!
It's over! Dragon Swarm!
Flame of Fury!
Locked and ready. I never miss.
Benediction
You
light.
picked the wrong fight!
Armor won't save you!
Our art is being interrupted.
Crush!
Begin!
Eternal Devastation!
How's this?
Wind Astral energy!
Take this!
Razor Cyclone!
It's over!
Benediction light.
Watch and weep!
And more than enough for an hour! It's over!
Not your dream!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You picked the wrong fight!
Raging Cascade!
I'm ready.
I owe you one!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Resonate with the
Let
earth!
Dragon
Astral
Swarm!
Another incantation ruined.
Resonate with
Southern
the earth!
Wind!
Ready and ready!
Here, let me help.
I can
Carve through armor!
First aid!
This death shall not be
Here
fulfilled.
I go!
One at a time!
Behold! The earth's pulse! Tectonic vision!
Take this! It's over!
Searing
Dragon
Tempest!
Fist!
That's my will!
Eternal Devastation! Elusive deity!
Where are you going?
It's over! Begin!
More for
Take
the
this!
pile.
Rotating pile driver! Destruction! It's over!
Amazing.
Take this!
My astral energy!
Destruction!
It's showtime! Now!
Trigger!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Shot!
Well done!
Eat dirt!
I'm only getting lightning here!
Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver! I'm not done!
Raging cascade!
Anything in armor is all mine! In a bind?
Dance in the wind!
Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Can you take it?
Here
This
goes!
Take this!
Annihilation! Confiscated!
Elusive
You're
deity!
mine!
It's
Lightning
over!
supernova!
Begin!
Destruction!
Not so fast!
What is it?
Rotating pile driver!
Air
Tornado
thrust!
glide!
Light astral... No more playing nice!
Dragon
Light
Swarm!
astral... Lightning condensed!
Cover it up!
Radiant pierce!
Elusive deity!
Mega ray! Right here!
Win!
This one's mine!
Elusive deity! You're mine! Bird!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Alright!
Beat the shattering
Here's the eagle! Freeze Lancer!
Elusive deity! Here I come!
Pile driver!
Dragon Swarm!
Raging storm!
It's over! You'll pay for that! Strike! Dragon Swarm!
Begin!
Raging...
Dragon!
Is this it?
I'm ready! Go, Halim! All yours, Kisara!
You sure you still want to press forward? If something happened to you... Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes.
Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's a machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Mega wind! Air
You're
thrust!
mine! You're on! You're finished!
Here goes!
Here I come!
Not in your dreams!
It's over!
Mega ray!
Not today!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here's evil! Lightning
Take this!
condensed! Freeze Lancer!
You're mine! You're mine!
Go! You're mine! Dance in the wind! By the power of air thrust!
Severing Wing!
Lightning condensed! Thunderblade! Let the marksman handle this!
Try
Dance in
harder!
the wind!
Here I
Radiant
come!
Photon
It's
blast!
over!
Radiant cascade! Here's the evil!
You're finished!
Friend!
Dragon!
Now you see what I can do!
Dance with the laser! In here! Radiant
Here I come! It's over!
Magic is
You're
there!
this! Don't get carried
Crossblade
away!
in the shadows!
Take this!
Mega Ray! A
Here
dance
I
in the
come!
wind! Air thrust!
Take
Photon
this!
dance in the wind!
It's over!
Back into the fray!
Dragon Swarm!
Photon slash!
Do you require a
Healing arc! First aid!
In a bind?
Dance in the wind!
Burn in hell!
And here!
You're mine!
Mega Ray!
You're finished!
By the power Here goes!
Resonate
You're
with the
mine!
earth!
Dance in the wind!
Stalagmite!
By the power of water! I'll be saving this
Slash! Swallow Blade!
Crossblade!
Slash!
Radiant Pierce! Dance in the wind! This one's mine! Photon
Rising
Blade!
Falcon!
Radiant
It's
Pierce!
over! Take
Dance
this!
in the wind! I never miss! Air thrust! Light astral Radiant
Here I
Pierce!
come! You're
I'm
finished!
out of ammo!
Rising Falcon!
Mega Ray!
Dazzle!
Gemini Aqua!
Rising Falcon!
Light astral
Rising Falcon!
Mega Ray!
Try harder! Swallow Blade! Try harder!
Burning
Not a chance!
Photon
Destruction!
Lightning Contain! Thunder Blade! Radiant Pierce!
You're done! Rising Falcon!
First aid!
That's his time! You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial Spear!
Take this!
Pierce evil!
Pain.
Freeze Blazer!
Smash you!
Confiscated!
You
Dance in the
escaped!
wind! Pierce
It's
evil!
over!
Air thrust! Light astral lightning condense!
Swallow Blade!
Thunder Blade!
Destruction!
Eat dirt!
You're mine!
This one's mine! Dance in the wind!
No
Air
escape!
thrust! Light astral
You're
radiant
on!
Pierce!
Dragon Swarm!
Fresh!
Eternal Devastation!
Help this!
Win!
Mega Ray! Back into the fray! Dance in the wind!
Here I
Air
come!
thrust!
It's over!
Here I
This
go!
one's all mine!
Only getting started! Mega Ray! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here I go!
Here I come!
You're mine! Mega Ray! Light you
More
down!
Here I come!
Thunder
It's
Blade!
over! It's showtime! You're mine! It's over!
Glacial Spear! Here's the wind!
No
Air
escape!
thrust! Freeze Blazer!
Now let's see what I can do!
Here!
Dance in the wind!
Being
They're all
interrupted.
coming after me!
I'm coming, Goodwill!
I'm not scared! I'm totally fine!
Rising Falcon!
I'll cover you!
Swallow Blade!
Dance in the wind!
Destruction!
Hold on to your arc! Here I come!
Slash! Take this!
There!
Here I come!
No further.
One more!
You're finished!
Raging Cascade!
Here I
Here's
come!
a healing
I'll
arc!
face you! Swallow Blade!
First aid!
This
In the
one's all
wind!
mine! Ignite! What for?
Air thrust! One's mine! Where are you going?
You're mine!
Photon blast!
Thrilling performance.
Swallow Blade! Be still! Here I come!
Gravity
Mirage!
field!
Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
Annihilation! Tempest Wall!
Tempest engulf you!
Launch Flight!
Tempest! What? You're
Here's a
mine!
healing arc!
Swallow Blade! Dragon!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Raging Flame of Fury! Burning Strike!
No escape!
Death Bomb!
It's over!
Resonate with the earth!
Spear!
Lunar Thunder! Mirage!
Raging Cascade!
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Elusive deity!
Radiant
To the
Spear!
flame inside me! Yours to
Raging
be let
Cascade!
free!
Here goes!
You're mine!
Denied!
Burn in hell!
Air thrust!
Elusive
What is
deity!
your dream?
I'm not done!
Take
Air
this!
thrust!
Resonate can't get out of this!
Photon
You're
blast!
mine!
Here I go! It's over! Dance in the wind!
Take this! It's
Air
over!
thrust!
Mirage!
Photon
Dragon
blast!
Swarm!
Air thrust! Photon blast!
I can carve through armor!
Dance in the wind!
Ether!
Benediction light.
Air thrust! Light
You're
astral raging
finished!
cascade! Death bomb! I'm all stuffed
Take
up!
this!
This one's mine!
It's over!
Dance in the wind!
Benediction light.
Sleep now! Glacial
He's not
Spear!
done!
Here's evil!
We did it!
As impressive as
You're mine!
always.
Here I hoped I was improved.
Amazing!
No, I mean,
Not
you're
long to
even
go
better than
now.
ever. We couldn't have done it without
Ready
eating
to go!
well.
Thanks!
It's
Come
over!
on! Let's you and me get in there and finish this fight!
It's over! Here I come!
Dance in the wind!
I'm not
Air
done!
thrust!
It's over!
Here I go! Here I
Mirage!
come! Mega Ray!
Armor
power won't save you!
Dance in the wind! Air
The
thrust!
flame inside me
Photon
yearns to be
blast!
let free! Mirage!
Dance in the
Eternal
wind!
devastation!
Air
Severing
thrust!
wind! Take this!
Photon, lightning
Mirage!
descent!
Kick this!
Thunder blade!
Not today!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
Rinwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
You okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master Cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously? Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking...
Do you mean
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts.
You flatter me. But my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that...
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks.
Still, it's a...
Then, it'll be...
Huh?
It's nothing.
Everything all right? You kinda looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, you know, whatever.
Yeah. You know...
Yeah?
Sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You wanna try being a little less cryptic, maybe? All right!
Stop it! Sorry.
Nah, that's fine.
I'll keep that in mind.
Guess I misread the landing.
Take this!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Where are you going?
You're mine! Swallow blade!
Far enough!
The everlasting darkness!
Negative
gate! You're finished!
Resonate with the
Destruction!
Shattering the
Stalagmite!
together!
Strike!
Radiant pierce!
Let me free you of your power! Okay, here I go! You're mine!
Prepare to be sealed, those fleeting foes. Actually,
Leave the enemy art to
more
me.
appropriate.
Let's talk in
Milky
more
Way
doing.
here! Dispense! You're mine! You're finished! Swallow blade! Okay, here I come!
ammo!
Here I come! This
In a
one's all
bind?
mine. It's
Do it!
over!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance, I think!
Hero ray!
It's over! Eat this!
Bananas, let's go!
Take this!
Do it! Goodwill! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Not a chance!
Can you take it?
I'm not done!
I'm not!
Radiant
I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
this should be easy.
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Sharpness!
Okay.
Armor won't save you!
I'm ready!
Trevor! Here I come!
Benediction light.
This one's mine!
Here, thanks.
Here I go! Blast again! Our expert coming through! Dance to the wind! Confiscated!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Flash! Dragon Swarm! Severing Wind!
Radiant Light!
Hurricane Thrust! Mirage! This one's all mine!
Sorry!
You pay for that! Crush! Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take this!
Imbue this vanquished soul with light!
Eternal Devastation!
I can't heal you forever!
Crush!
Benediction light.
That's not smart!
Heal! Burn in hell!
Raging Tempest!
You're mine!
Here!
You're finished!
No further!
Here's a healing arm!
Carve through armor!
You're mine!
Aid!
I'll plunge you into dust!
Slash! Swallow Blade! Try hard my turn!
Whoa! Hey! One at a time!
Thrilling performance!
Spear!
Take this!
Can you take it?
Breeze Lancer!
You're
I'll plunge you into dust! Dance to the wind!
Dance to the wind! Air thrust! This one's mine! Photon! Raging Cascade!
Eat dirt!
Here, let me help! Here!
You're mine!
First aid!
Okay,
This'll come in
here I go!
Amazing.
Severing Wind!
Still
Here I come!
Supernova!
Mirage!
Annihilation!
Here I come!
Radiant, here! Lightning orbs! Our next
Take
coming
this!
through!
It's over!
Can't get out of
Raging
this!
I'm only getting started!
You're mine!
Sealed!
Be
Resonate with
still!
the earth!
Mega Red! For the
Mirage! You're finished!
Raging
The flame inside
here!
is yours to be let
One at a
free.
time. Long light!
Here I come!
Got you!
Flash!
You're mine! Do it!
Destruction! Dominate! In an instant! Impact Clock! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Lightning orb! Raging Cascade!
Dragon
Sealed!
Swarm! Try harder! Dragon Swarm!
Reload!
Elusive
Dragon
Deity!
Swarm! Raging
Anything in
Cascade!
armor is all mine!
Crush
Power
this!
of
Dragon
I'll be
Swarm!
safe. There you go! Don't let up!
Here I come!
Shining Supernova!
You're mine!
Alright, it's
Resonate
showtime!
with the earth!
Rising
In here!
Falcon!
Here! Get on in there with the others!
Dragon Swarm!
Elusive Deity!
The flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Now or never!
You're mine!
No further!
It's over!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Dragon Swarm!
Here goes! Raging Cascade! Don't mind if I do!
I owe you one.
Ready to break! Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You sure you still want to press forward? If something happened to you...
Opponent like this should be easy. Okay, here I go.
Annihilation!
Here I come! Come and face me! Dragon Swarm! Destruction! Burn in hell!
Here!
You're finished! Slut!
Mega
Be
Ray!
still! Here I
Raging
come!
Storm!
I'll face you! Too fast! We turn the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right! No time to hold back! Here I come! Slut!
Here I go. I'm ready. Yes, now!
In an instant! Impact block!
We work well together, like a finely timed waltz.
Air thrust!
You're finished!
Burning!
I'm ready!
Still! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Man, I'm famished.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
take this!
Demon Flame! Reload!
Eat dirt!
Elusive deity!
You're finished!
Hitting piles!
Raging Storm!
I can carve through armor! I'll face you! Dance on the wind!
It's over!
Annihilation in your dreams! Do it!
Rising chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Radiant Flow!
Here I
Leave
go!
the enemy's arc to me!
Dragon Swarm!
No complaints here!
Get in the wind!
I'll face you! You're mine!
You're finished!
Get on in there with the others!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Alright, it's showtime! Air thrust!
Win!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Dragon Swarm! Eat dirt!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
I'm ready for the next battle.
Dragon Swarm!
On the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll grind you into dust! Now you see what I can do!
You're finished!
You require a hand.
I never miss!
Captivity! In a bind?
Here's a healer!
Crunch!
In here!
Now I can let loose!
Radiant Flood! Here!
Slap! Lightning thrust!
Catapult! Alright!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation!
You're finished!
Elusive!
Hold on to your arc.
Benediction
Here I
light.
come.
Take this!
Heal!
Radiant Pierce!
Take this!
Photon Pierce! Radiant
It's on! Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now!
Eat
Pierce
dirt!
evil!
I'll grind you into dust!
Swallow Blade!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Lightning orb!
Armor won't save you!
War with that
Amazing.
In here! Radiant
Here
Pierce!
I come! You're finished!
Resonate with the earth!
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
Take
Out of the handle! Back into the
Here I come!
Thunder Field!
Dragon Swarm!
Radiant Cascade! Sleep
Here I
now!
come!
I'm all stuffed up!
Dragon
This
Swarm!
is
I'll grind you into dust!
Beat up you! You're mine!
Raging Storm! War with that
Here I come!
Neverland!
It's all the
Can't get out of this!
Yours to be let free! Eat dirt!
I never miss!
Everlasting darkness!
You're finished! Negative gate!
Here, let me help!
Resonate with the earth!
Take this!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Ready!
Swallow blade!
Here's evil!
Swallow blade!
Freeze Lancer! Lightning Orb! No more playing nice! Radiant! Here! Air Thrust!
Swallow blade!
Photon Blast! Mega Ray!
Fluid kick!
Gemini Orb!
Take
Cascade!
this! I'm ready! Small! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I felt better, that's for sure.
Retreat if you know what's good for you! Swallow blade! Come one, come all! Slash! Swallow blade!
Gravitas Field!
I'm not done!
Mega Ray!
The
Raging
flame
Storm!
inside me is yours to be let
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Save you! You're finished! Slash! You're mine! Slash! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Take this! Swallow blade! You're
Where are
finished!
you going? Light Astral Energy!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now we're not a chance! All in order! No further! You're finished! Swallow blade! Dragon swarm! I'll face you! You're mine! You're finished!
Tempest Swirl!
Finish! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Forgive you! Art expert, coming through! Not on my watch!
Slash!
Freeze
Swallow
Lancer!
blade! Not today!
Raging Storm!
Here I come!
Take this! This one's mine!
Swallow blade!
Raging
We got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Dragon swarm! All yours!
Joleen! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still... Go for it!
Prepare to crumble. Stay
You're
calm.
not
I shall provide assistance.
Where are you going?
Yours to be let
In
free!
here!
I'll smash you!
I'll be saving this one!
Burn!
Here's a healing arc!
The tempest engulfs you! I'm ready!
This will! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
There.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland. Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
Aw, are you tired, Hootle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
All right, something is
Yeah, something big by the looks of it.
So, do you think we should say something?
I was wondering the same thing myself. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the... If she's trying this hard to keep it secret...
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. Feels like an...
Zephyr would have been so...
Yeah, he really would have. Something bothering you, Law?
Nah,
It's still wait.
I abandoned my home. Then when I find... What's important is that it's free. I get that,
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head too.
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah, there might be some... who could use our help.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancius.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Everything okay with...
It must be the heat getting to...
Galag.
Aha! So,
Actually, Dan and Owls absorb the... But that's not why he's white.
You mean they're...
And with all the...
I think he suits...
how awesome! Ow, lay off,
You've
will ya?
only yourself
so much
to
for the
blame for
heat
that
making
one.
him docile.
Fascinating. And appreciate...
Dohalim, I think...
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought. Together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast!
Right, here goes! Dragon Swarm! Lion Heart!
Radiant, look here!
Nah! Dragon Swarm!
Are those rockets wind? Far enough!
Hey, flame of fury!
Flying spree! Why can't they just sit still?
Xion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Dragon
The enemy wields off too.
You'll soon see about. Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I...
Tornado Drive! Here I come! It's over! Elusive Deity! Blinding Spell!
I'm out of ammo!
Ready and ready!
My turn!
Confiscated!
This one's all mine! Not today! Here I come!
Here I come!
Swallow Blade!
Raging Cascade!
Now you see what I can do!
Top field!
Eternal Destiny! Wind!
You got company!
Catapult!
Lava
Mirage!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Resonate with the earth!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
there! And again!
Take this!
I'm
ready! Dragon Swarm!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Eat dirt!
I'm not done!
Stop! Raging Cascade! This one's mine! Steel!
Dragon Swarm!
Now!
No! Can't end here!
Forgive me.
This is my
Ready and ready!
Prepare to be sealed!
Elusive Deity!
Here I come!
I'll thank you!
Dragon Swarm!
Not in your dreams!
Hitting Pile Driver!
I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuffed up! Lightning
You're
Raging
mine!
Cascade! Do it! Demons descend!
Flashing Fang!
They really made us work for that one.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer, thank you very much.
My face is starting to sting. And my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Xion? Oh, wait. You're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything.
I didn't know you had that sort of...
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogles? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
Not today!
This one's mine!
You're mine! Swallow Blade! Dragon Force!
Armor won't save you! Elusive deity!
You're mine!
Tornado Drive!
Take this!
Can you take it? Does it hurt? Dance on the wind!
No escape!
Hear me! Flame of
Dragon Force!
Glacial Spear! Here's the little one!
Take this! I'm not done!
Elusive deity! In a bind?
Alright, it's
This
showtime!
one's all mine! Not today!
Can
you take it?
There you go! Don't let up!
I'll smash you!
Air drop! Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Wind!
Glacial
You're
Spear!
on!
Here's the evil!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
No escape!
Radiant Light! We
Did
have
not!
astral energy!
Dragon
My
Form!
astral energy! Raging Cascade!
It's over!
In here!
Dragon Form!
Get on in there with the others!
A thrilling performance.
Negative gate!
Resonate
with the earth!
Alright, it's showtime! Marksman!
You're mine!
Friend! Dance in the
Anything in
wind!
armor is all mine!
Photon Blast!
That blind you
Take
with
this!
a dust! Here, let go of the flash!
Not today!
This one's mine!
Take this!
I can carve through
My
armor!
astral raging cascade!
Here I come!
Amazing!
You're
Here
finished!
you are, Ultra Fury!
Dragon Form! Severin Wind!
No further!
Mirage!
First aid! Flash required complete!
Escape!
You!
Here
You're
goes!
mine!
Blind you with a dust!
With the wind field!
Leave the chargers to me!
It's over!
Annihilation!
Take this!
Into the shadows! Light
It's
astral
over.
wind! Lightning condemned! Mega ray!
You're finished!
Catapult!
You're mine!
Annihilation!
This one's all mine!
Mega ray!
You picked the wrong
Here's a
fight!
down!
Doubly! In an instant! Impact block!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed blow.
You're mine!
Hitting blast!
Destruction!
I can carve through armor!
Fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Elusive deity!
Getting started! Eat first!
I'm not done!
I never miss!
You're finished!
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade!
I'm not done!
All day! Here!
You're mine!
Prepare to be
Lightning
sealed!
condemned!
Can't get out of this!
Ground field!
Far enough!
Mega ray! Annihilation!
Here I come! Slash! Crush! I'm not done!
Shattering the pieces!
Take this!
Now you see what I can do!
It looks like all message was
Come on.
covered! First aid! Go get raging cascades!
You're mine!
Let's get you off of
No escape!
Annihilation!
Dragon Form!
Mega ray! By the power of one! Hit
No
that!
escape!
Razor Cyclone! Here's a healing art!
Take it!
First aid!
No escape!
Tempest Water!
Elusive
In the
deity!
shadows!
You're finished!
I'll face you!
Mega
Take
ray!
this! Dragon
Annihilation!
Form!
Pile driver!
Dazzle!
Elusive
Mirage!
deity!
Let me help!
Dragon!
I'll smash you!
First aid! Tempest Wall!
You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! It's over!
Far enough! Raging storm! Here! Dance in the wind!
You're mine!
You require a hand.
In a blow-up!
Thunderblade!
Here I come! Strike!
Searing flame!
Power blade! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Ready!
Here come more!
You'll just have to keep fighting.
An astral arch?
That's my cue!
Anything in armor.
Shut him down!
Armor won't save you!
Ignite!
Begin!
Not on my watch! Hold on to my
It's over!
Do or die!
You're mine!
Here, let me help! First aid! Alright, it's time!
Stay away from my friend! Take this!
Ready to go! Far enough!
Now!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got!
Well done!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning condemned!
Wind!
Thunderblade!
Mirage!
Where are you going?
Here I come!
Sorry. No more playing nice!
Shattering the...
Freeze laser!
Here I come!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Resuscitation!
I'll smash you!
Here, let me help! I still got some fight. First aid!
Nothing's just so
Clear the
punishment.
court, let me
You
help!
paid for that!
Lightning orb!
It's over!
Lightning attack! Thunderblade! Resuscitation!
You're
If it's in
mine!
the sky, it's
Dragon
mine!
Swarm!
Dance in the wind!
Ignite!
Here! Do it!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Mega ray!
Here I
Raging
come!
cascade!
Dragon Swarm!
Seal!
You're finished!
This will come Mega ray!
Dragon Swarm!
In here! This will come in handy! Go! It's over!
Can't move!
Lightning orb!
I'll smash you!
Sweet dreams! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Campy squirrel! A banana, let's go!
Not done yet!
Now!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Ready to go! Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem! Burning strike! Hit! With the raging cascade! Seal!
Take this!
Spear! Pierce!
You're finished!
Blow cuts away! This one's mine!
Here I come!
A banana!
You're finished!
Dance in the wind! Into the shadows!
You're finished!
Arch sealed! Confiscated!
Here I
Anything in armor is
Raging
almost...
cascade!
I can carve through armor!
Friend!
can't move!
One more time! Air up! Failure's not an option! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Photon dance in the wind! Close one! Take care! Poodle! On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogles? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Isara!
Take this! I'll take you all off! Not today!
I never miss!
Take this!
Everlasting darkness!
In here!
Resonate with the earth! Take this!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my sword.
Shia.
Here's a healing art! Confiscated! There you go! Don't let out! Lightning orb! Annihilation! Lightning cannon! Flame of fury! Thunderblade!
You're finished! Captivity! Take this!
Take this!
Dragon Sword!
Here's a healing art!
Eternal devastation! Stay away from my friends!
I'll bring you back from death to bed!
Pain! Great!
I'll bring you back from
Okay,
death to bed!
here I go! Ignite! Here I come!
Resuscitation!
You're finished! Slash!
Dance on the wind!
That's gonna
Take
hurt!
this! Dragon Sword!
Elusive deity! I'll smash you!
Feel!
Hitting pile driver!
Take this! Enough done! Slash! Dragon Swarm!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Resonate with the earth to
I
me!
won't stop raging! More with that
It's over! Dragon
Benediction light.
First aid! What would I do without you? Raging storm!
Swallow Blade! Slash! Swallow
I
Blade!
never miss!
You're finished!
Here, let me help!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
First aid!
I'll thank you!
I'm not done!
Dragon Sword! Raging aid!
Swallow Blade!
How's this?
Shattering
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Swallow Blade! Be still! Mirage!
I can carve through armor!
Lunar Blast!
Denied!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning Orb! Mega Ray!
Not a chance! Slash! Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me help! Just what the doctor ordered!
Destruction!
First aid!
Struck!
Allow me to help.
Slash! The
Not
flame
even
inside me yearns to be let free!
Glacial Spear! Here! Here's a healing art!
The fluidity of the movement is simply incredible.
Into the shadow!
You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
It's over!
Here's a healing art!
Dragon Swarm!
Ungrateful.
You're finished!
Now or never. Can't get out of this!
It's over!
Got it!
You're mine!
Now's our chance!
Eternal devastation! It's over!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for depend on me.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Here I come!
Denied!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting.
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Take this! Shut him down! Rising Falcon!
Benediction light.
Not in my dreams! Our
Your
cue!
Armor won't save you!
I owe you so much, Rinwell.
Maybe my arcs do have a place in this world.
Sure, there's tons of you.
Alright! It's that time!
My reach is even wider!
Here, let me help! First aid! Thanks so much! No more Miss Nice Girl!
Elusive deity!
You're mine! Slash! Dragon Swarm!
Heal!
Now!
You must retire.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Searing Flame! Reload! Raging Storm! Radiant Pierce!
Burn!
Another arrow!
Here I come! Can't get out of this! It's over!
Air Here I go!
Take this!
Where are you going? Dance in the
Try
wind!
harder! I'm ready! Now still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the
My
wind!
turn!
Mega Ray!
I'm knocked up!
Air Thrust!
Dragon Swarm! Eternal
Take this! Dance in the wind! Now!
Remote!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Benediction Light.
My turn!
Dance in the wind!
I owe you one.
Air Thrust! There! One more! Dance in the wind! There! Air Thrust!
Try harder!
Ready!
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem!
Not today!
Here, let me help!
No escape!
Breathe astral energy!
Swallow blade!
Lightning
Flash!
condemned!
No further! You're finished!
Anything
in armor is all mine!
Here,
I'll
Flame
smash
of
you!
Fury!
Take this! I'm not ready for it! It's over!
Air Thrust!
Dragon Swarm! This one's all mine! Ignite!
Lightning condemned!
Take this!
Thunderblade!
Strike! Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Crush!
Stay!
Eternal devastation! You're my... Try harder!
Here's a healer!
Not a chance! Begin! Dragon Swarm!
Razor Cyclone!
Crush! It's go time!
Seismic
Armor won't save you! Now!
Raging Cascade!
Your hands now! Not done yet! You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning condemned!
Swallow blade! You're finished!
By the
Take this! Strike!
I
You'll
never
pay for
miss.
that!
Mega Ray!
You're finished!
Dance in the wind!
Nothing gets by me!
Seal! Radiant Get up here! I'm out of ammo!
You're mine!
I'm off
Now!
the rail!
Really?
Take it down! One at a time!
Take this!
One more!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Air Thrust! Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Rinwell!
I'm not scared!
Now you see what I can
totally
do.
fine! Here I confiscated! Here goes!
No escape!
Confiscated! Into the shadows! Dance in the wind! Do it!
It's
You
over.
are in tip-top shape!
Soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
Is this it?
Raging Storm! Alright! It's showtime! This one's mine! I never miss! Mega Ray! Lightning condemned! Do it! Thunderblade! I'm sorry.
Ready and raring!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
Primed and ready! Supposed to take on something big!
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn. That's enough! Go back down!
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almeidrea sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I need to be stronger.
What do you know? Another big fire monster with nothing better to do than get in our way!
I wonder where the rest of those lights ended up landing. It looked like they were pretty scattered.
Well, whatever they're after, let's just hope none of them are anywhere near a city. An ambush on civilians is the last thing we need.
Well, no rest for the wicked, right? Though with 1 down and 3 to go, it sounds like our headache is just beginning.
I thought you liked the opportunity to flex your muscles.
Against those things? It's not like I have a death wish. Besides, we've already got our hands full saving the world. Dying stupidly won't be much help to the cause.
Yeah, I guess I can't argue with that logic. Sorry.
Hey, is that it over there?
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Xion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Xion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissalma, too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her... Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shionne, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first. But ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
they will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Dahnans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shionne!
Alphen?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shionne, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shionne is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shionne. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you.
All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands. So many clues.
So where do her thorns fit in, then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain...
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say?
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shionne's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shionne's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shionne?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, it's like a completely different world.
You and me both. I mean, I knew...
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shionne, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he could.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us will need all our strength. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point.
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here,
All the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You see...
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis?
I am as prone to sentimentality as... You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people, but I can't keep running forever.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. Come back and speak to me.
Alphen, listen to this!
Hey!
What's got lost?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big...
Hey! I just think it's, you know, a little
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do.
Well, maybe you're the one with the...
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology.
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay.
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride.
You okay?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were in...
Yes.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not,
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with it.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. And those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, and the one who brought me along was you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should...
I know.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh?
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right?
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less
Jeez, give back.
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman...
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegia.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just...
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis' infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here...
For such a loudmouth...
Oh, I'm sorry!
Would you two children stop...
So how many Renins
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machine...
There's Zeugles out here too, huh?
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's...
We need more information.
While we're at it, we can ask them...
And don't forget about finding the way...
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think...
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall...
What could be so important? It's worth destroying. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from
But why do all this? What for?
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right?
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even...
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must... But then, if they knew people were going to live here...
Ordinarily, trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about... It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so...
Sorry.
Not at all. Sometimes this place is a mystery, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay?
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here.
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is—
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem—
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zeugl had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them...
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem...
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to...
Unquestioning acceptance of your own service.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much... I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are...
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have...
What if she's not here? What?
It's still too early to say.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would...
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can any...
Now you've got me curious. Is there
let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just...
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should...
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another...
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders. Carrying...
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces. And
that's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but just because they had loved ones...
I know. They did, but at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, so I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things?
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And I think that's something...
Shion and Dohalim definitely make...
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit...
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies.
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like that. If even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a dark matter.
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might...
No use standing around here chatting about it then.
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
I wonder what we can make with this.
If you can't decide, I'll have it raw.
Hey, wait! Don't eat that! Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renin oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Did we really just spend that much money? Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menentia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Where are you going?
Its armor's too strong.
Be my guest. The enemy wields arms too.
You'll soon see about that. My actual energy! Here goes!
I can carve through armor!
Release!
Make it escape! Resonate with the earth! My turn!
You're on! Here I come! Dragon!
Can you catch him?
You're on! We're not finished! Dragon form! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Can you take it?
Ignite death from the wind!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as... And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zoogle...
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, you're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries.
What's with that shining foe over there?
This won't be easy. Don't be such a petulant.
Take this! Tell me, have you ever considered your purpose in life? Bring it down! Thank you! Let me see what I can do!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
Now! Take this!
You're doing smelling to me. Yeah, and pummeling to me!
Release it!
Strike! Begin!
Dragon Form!
I'll be saving this one!
It's over! Here I come! debut performance.
One more. Here goes.
Here I come.
More of that.
I'm not done.
You're mine.
Swallow blade.
I'll be ready.
I'm ready. Fall back.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Ignite. Now we're can't get out of this.
Here I come. Here. Now.
Xion.
Get toasty.
Burn strike.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Forgive you! I never miss!
Dragon's armor won't save you! Allow me to help you. Strike! I won't show you any mercy! You Dragon
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
There! Again!
Here I come! Does it hurt? Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade! Strike! Elusive Swallow Blade! Rotating Pile Driver! I'm not done!
Now!
Take this! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Retreat if you know what's good for you!
Here's the evil!
Crush! Take
Freeze
this!
Lancer!
You picked the wrong fight! You're my...
I see you'll pass on the handshake! Raging Cascade!
Soaring Blast!
Attack time!
Tornado
In here!
Drive!
Annihilation!
Eternal
Warp and
Pistol!
Mega Ray!
You're my...
Annihilation!
Take it! Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me help you! First aid!
Dragon Swarm! Can't get out of this!
Nothing gets by me!
Elusive Deity!
Air thrust!
Soaring Blast!
Raging Cascade!
Eternal Devastation! Severing Wind! Burn! Not so fast!
I never miss!
Here I come! I'm not done! Luna Rondo! Hurricane Thrust!
Raging Cascade! Arch Shield!
Stardust!
Seven-Eye Aqua! Warp and
Shattering of pieces! Attack time! Captivity! Take this! Eternal Devastation!
Here's evil!
We're finished! Crush!
Freeze Lancer!
Wind!
Tempest Swirl!
Dragon Swarm!
Radiant! Here! Razor!
Eat this!
Here's a healing art!
Deity! Dragon Swarm!
Pile Driver!
Eternal Devastation!
One more!
Elusive Deity!
Raging Cascade!
Rotating Pile
In here!
Eternal Devastation!
I'll resolve this one! I can handle it!
Elusive Deity! Take this! Swallow Blade!
Anything in armor is all mine!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Swarm!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Swallow Blade!
This one's mine!
I'm not this!
I never miss!
Burn in hell!
Resonate with
Here
you!
I come!
Here, let me help this one!
I'm ready! Xion!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining one?
An opponent like this should be easy. I'm not done! Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
Will not serve you well here.
Wind! Violet Inferno!
Take this! Raging Storm!
Leave my charges to me!
Armor
won't save you!
Not on my watch!
Swallow Blade! You picked the wrong fight! Slack! I'm ready!
Storm! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Elusive
Here I come!
In a bind?
Not a chance! Thrust! It's over!
Here's a healer!
Choosing its form! Thanks!
Where are you going?
Begin!
Thunderblade!
Do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Any injuries?
What's this thing? This one's tough.
We have no choice!
Let me know if you need healing.
Engaging! You're mine!
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, What's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imeris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Googles like that before.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a Master Core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Tugles, then we get some answers.
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Dragon Swarm! Annihilation!
Resonate with the earth.
Dance in the wind! In here! Lightning! Recover!
I'm nearly done for.
More with action!
Not done yet!
Spirit Flame! Take that!
No further!
You're mine!
Razor Fire! Confiscated!
This one's all mine!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Burn!
Air Thrust! Light After Ray! Anything in order!
Swallow Blade!
It's in your hands now.
You pay for that!
First aid!
Thanks! Dragon Swarm!
Where are you going?
Strike! It's over!
Here goes! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
I'm not done!
Resuscitation! Tempest Swirl!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's evil!
Benediction.
I'm not done!
Freeze Lancer! Raging Storm! I can handle it!
Eternal Devastation! Eternal Devastation!
Thunder Field!
Take it! Dragon Swarm! Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Take this! Now you see what I can do!
Try harder! It's on! Burn!
Arc Field!
I'm grateful.
Confiscated!
Swallow Blade!
Calamity.
Swallow Blade!
Flame!
Rupture!
Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Go Dragon Flame! Thunder
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
You're mine! I'll run you with a gun! Benediction light.
Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Take this!
Radiant!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here, my astral energy! First aid!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Air Thrust! Bring you down!
Dragon, this one's all mine!
My astral energy! Dance in the wind!
Wind!
I'll make you!
Hurricane Thrust!
I'll be saving that move!
Here comes the big one! Dragon Swarm! Try harder! Not a chance!
Here's a healing arm!
Swallow Blade!
Here goes! First aid! Where was that came from?
Burn in hell! Take this! Try harder!
Mega Ray!
Not a chance!
Negative 6! Flush!
By the
Resonate with the earth!
Destruction! Swallow Blade!
Here
I'm
goes!
not done! You're
Not in
finished!
your dreams! Raging Cascade! Lightning!
You're
Dance in the
mine!
wind!
Lewis!
Far enough! In here!
Let me free you of your power.
More for the stop!
Destruction!
Thanks so much,
Severing Wind!
Gemini Aqua!
Hurricane Thrust!
Here's a healing art!
Tear! Hurricane Flash!
A new melody.
Don't give up, Steve! I'll bring you back from death. Here goes! Raging Storm!
Rocks in pain.
Blow the fire! Mega Ray!
No further!
Lightning Orb! Lightning Attack! Laser Spear! Pierce Evil! Freeze Lancer! Here, that'll bring you down!
From beyond, imbue this weight with soul.
Here's a healing art! Here, let me help!
Benediction light.
I'll bring you back from death to bits.
Double demon fang!
I've used too much.
Nothing gets by me.
Forgive me. It's my fault.
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Rotating pile driver. Demon fang!
Here's a healing arc.
Begin! You're mine!
Mega ray.
Catapult!
I'll cover you.
You're mine! This one's all mine! You're mine! Heal! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! The tempest engulfs you! Tempest! Eat dirt! Its defenses are down!
Rocked in pain.
Pierce! Here I come! Slice! Solar blade!
Now you see what I can do!
No arts are being interrupted.
Elusive deity!
Far enough.
Take this! Slice! Elusive deity! Crush!
Soaring blast!
Dragon swarm! Eternal devastation! Try harder!
Elusive
Dragon
deity!
swarm! You're mine!
Is this it?
What? I've never known Faria to control Zeugles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a Master Core? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zeugles, then we get some answers.
Go for the weak point!
Slide!
Resonate with the earth!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Stalagmite!
Strike!
Annihilation!
Dragon swarm!
I'm all stuffed up!
Severing wind!
Now we're not...
No escape!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it! Can't get out of bed!
Annihilation!
Strike!
Dance in the wind! Here
You're
goes!
finished!
We confiscated!
That's it!
Grind you into dust!
Ignite! Here I come! I'm not done!
Elusive armor is all new melody!
Dragon swarm!
Thunderblade! Hear me! Flame of death! I'm ready!
Slide!
Begin! Take this!
You're mine!
That'll bring you down!
I'm not done!
Breaking storm!
Elusive deity!
Blade!
Hit! Gemini
Take this!
Ultra Punch!
Dragon swarm!
By the power of water!
I'll smash you!
Searing flame!
No escape!
Raging cascade!
Dragon
Power
swarm!
of water! Dance in the wind! Gemini Ultra! We
Stalagmite!
I'll be saving
You're mine! Crush! It's so...
Raging!
Ready to go! Elusive
Dragon
deity!
swarm!
Prepare to be
Far
sealed! Harass! It's down! Can't get out of this!
Raging storm!
Eat dirt!
More where that came from!
Take this!
Fury!
Slide!
Here goes! Here's the evil on my watch! My
I can carve through armor!
Thunderblade!
Wind!
Elusive deity!
Tear! Here I come!
Into the shadows!
Lunar Rondo!
Captivity!
Now!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
You're
Hear
mine!
me! Flame of fury!
Rising Falcon!
Weak now!
No escape!
Blade laser!
It's over!
Let the marksman
Eternal
handle this!
devastation!
Dragon
swarm! Here comes the big one!
Lightning and death!
Not today!
I'll bring you back from death!
Benediction
Resuscitation! Here, let me help!
Take this!
You'll destroy my aid!
Destruction!
Far enough!
Lightning arm! Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save you!
I'm not done!
In a bind?
It's over!
I'll be saving
Dragon
this one!
swarm! Eternal death!
Here's a healing arm! First aid! More where that came from! Here's another! Lightning, here's
Eternal
another!
devastation!
Thunderblade!
Elusive deity!
Freeze Lancer!
Crush!
Lightning!
Dragon Dragon form! I'm not done!
I couldn't make it in time.
Swallow ready and rare! Not today!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
Here I come!
Here's a healing art! I can handle it!
You're
Still got some fight left in me!
Swallow blade!
Elusive deity, armor won't save you. Rotating pile driver.
Raging, here's a healing art! Bang!
Struck!
Death from the wind.
Struck!
In here! Annihilation! I'm almost
In a
impressed.
bind.
Our praise comes from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away. Recover!
Looking good! You're mine! I know you are. The flame inside me!
It's weakened!
Be let free! This ends now! You're mine! Struck! Dragon Swarm! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Dragon
Here's a healing
Swarm!
art!
Anything in armor is all mine.
You'll pay for that! Struck!
This is some punishment.
You're mine!
Here's a healing art!
Try harder! Now! You're mine!
Tempest! Back from death
Dragon
to
Swarm!
resuscitation! Raging storm! Where are you going?
Benediction.
Here I
Glacial spear! Pierce the evil force!
Not
Free
done yet.
blazer!
Struck! Ignite!
Here, let me help!
I'll face you! Take this!
First aid!
No escape!
Kill my carbon blast!
I'm ready!
Feel astral energy!
Say no more.
Now it's just her!
Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidrea. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same... What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me.
A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Xion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. If it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Xion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Xion's thorns. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Xion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seen that.
The same person.
Brainwashed or otherwise.
Someone used her because they...
It does tell us one thing at least.
There's no question.
By someone capable.
That vision we saw.
What do you make of it? Do you...
Maybe it's trying to tell it.
Well, it could be supernatural.
That's your grand theory?
Wait. He might... What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to some... And what if those...
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed hall.
It's off limits even for lords, then?
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. Whoever the Sovereign is.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing?
No, not that I can remember. Then again,
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. That is what we believed this place to be. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. Only 2 Sovereigns. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by it.
That's right. No good can come from being...
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack. embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big...
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the...
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The one separating the Renans from the Dahnans.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Dragon Swarm!
Close evil!
No escape! Eternal devastation! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Can you take it?
Where is the stockpile?
You're mine!
Smash you! I'll grind you into dust!
Radiant blood!
No further!
Here!
It's over!
Hear me! Flame of death! Burning strike!
I'll grind you into dust!
Here's evil!
It's over!
Where that came from? Breathe longer!
Try harder! Dragon Swarm!
Let the marksman handle this!
Ready to go!
You're not in your dreams!
Far enough!
It's over!
Round field! Wind astral energy!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never.
Raging cascade! Recover! Thanks so
Resonate with
much,
the
Steel!
Ether!
Stalagmite!
Annihilation! Mega ray!
Flash!
Swallow Blade! Move it! Dragon Swarm!
Recover!
Take it!
Ready and raring!
What? Here I come!
Air thrust!
Armor won't save you!
I can do this all day!
Everlasting dark!
Dragon
Let's go together!
Another incantation ruined.
I'm nearly done for. Take this!
Tempest!
Dance in the wind!
You're finished up!
Please now!
Dragon Swarm!
Can you take it? In a bind?
Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Spear!
Slash! I'm not done!
Elusive deity!
You picked the wrong fight!
Burning!
Here I come!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Destruction!
Dream!
Here I come!
Light astral energy! Dance in the wind!
Crescent flash!
Air thrust!
Take this!
Photon flash! Raging
Take this!
barrier!
No escape!
I'll grind you to death! You! Elusive deity!
Reload!
Rotating pile
Take
driver!
this!
Lightning!
I'm not
I'm out of ammo!
Take this! Catapult!
Thunder field!
I'll grind you with a blade!
Photon lightning condemned! Thunder ray!
I'll face you! Not a chance! I'm not done! Crush!
Searing
Dragon
flame!
Swarm!
Reload!
Catapult!
Mega ray!
Here I come!
It's time! Crazy
Catapult! Can't get out of this! Swallow blade! Ah! You picked the wrong fight! Resonate with the
Air
outcome!
thrust!
Leave my target to me!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Swallow blade! Eternal devastation! Take this!
Shattering
the pieces!
Attack time!
Resonate with the earth! Dragon Swarm!
Arts are being interrupted.
Take this! This one's all mine!
Back into the fray!
Dragon Swarm! Burn in hell! Swallow blade! I can carve through armor! Captivity!
Radiant Hammer!
Right!
That'll bring you down!
I'm not...
Here I go!
You're finished!
I'll
face you! Catapult! Southern wind! Tear! Tear!
More with that
Dragon Swarm! Here I come!
Lightning
I'm not... It's over!
Ready to go!
Here I come! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alph, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you?
If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alfred!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renan's or Danan's.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women...
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you...
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get...
So what were they then? Human?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron...
I had just so much I wanted to ask them.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a...
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma...
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're...
Let's cut our losses.
That may prove...
What the... When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Do?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow remnants of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey...
In one sense, when all is said and...
You, a Renan Lord. How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values. Resigned to being... And when I realized the severity of my mistake, a Lord. And yet my first instinct was to place...
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder...
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have...
Why ask me now? But... yes, I have.
So basically since the very start of our journey, then.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Among other things.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
I was just thinking how good it is. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. But now, he's
So, then why do you look
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down.
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow... If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead,
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissama. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here? Someone...
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time.
No!
What the... Oh, right.
No, I'm the one...
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without...
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on it. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. Before long, it was just part of my everyday which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you...
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not for... Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you...
Oh, come on.
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate...
Yeah, but... See...
Oh...
Staying alert is important, but too...
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrecht 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renis Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, Had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run,
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Heveric 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright.
After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead.
Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women... No.
Right. Assuming we can...
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Heverick 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for...
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two.
He who? Oh.
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked...
What do you think about everything we've learned?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, but if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, as for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even...
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace...
That's an interesting way of...
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure...
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen...
How are you holding up, Rinwell?
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that. Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart, but even so, I was still able to change. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting, So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dan is still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe...
You're not the only ones.
Really? You've never...
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory...
It was really that...
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and...
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy get...
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my... That was no way to live. But all this talk about other races and the world ending... If I could...
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe...
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, but that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important. What I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me. To fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize, however, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society.
You're this...
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're at...
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shionne? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shionne. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they...
Wait, in any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Xion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Xion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
What are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy. To prevent it, couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy.
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible...
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shionne. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shionne.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shionne,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.